Yo, how's everybody? Excuse me, I am back. You're back. Hi. So, I was looking over things. I had a little bit of time, and I think I made a little switch. I think I found it because every bug will be solved. I don't know, in a tenth of the time off stream. Just magic stream time. I don't know. Can't explain. Yeah, the grid was backwards. I was like, oh yeah, if this isn't and this is, and then I looked with fresh eyes today. I was like, oh yeah, wait a second. When we place things into the grid, we say that it's true. But this is true, and this is true. So if we need the space, and the space is filled. But that's not necessarily, I don't know. Is that how I want this to work? We can. This got things working. Hey, zombie. Fixing bugs off stream is less fun for us? I mean, literally, I was just, yeah, I don't know. I just need to stare at it for a second. I'm just gonna do it false. You just flip this and it'll be fine. Think. Oh wait, no. See, now I'm introducing more. Isn't that good? That's the goal. Content. Now one of these works. Try that. Okay. Good work. Famous last words. Zombie, how are you today? You're here bright and early. Yo, thanks for the follow. What up, Armin? Yeah, Zombie, I like your little first badge. Really classy. It's a good look on you. Okay. Nope. Wait, I didn't know that worked. Oh wait, did the other one not get? Okay, wait. I'm gonna go back to the one that worked for a second. I need that ego boost. That one, back to false. True and add. Oh, I didn't set the, I have to reverse this. We'll do the blanket solution. Just want to see it work. So yeah, what's up, Harmon? So you need to get angle from a shader. So I have a material here. It's like a material gets a shader. Like you have a material and that just holds a shader. And then a shader defines whatever inputs it wants, variables or textures. Okay, yeah, let me check that out. Okay, let's see. Okay, so you have two incoming variables. Okay, that makes sense. Why are you hiding this one though? I guess you don't need it, just needs to be white. So depth, you're gonna need to calculate this. So the vertex up here is the like position of the vertex that's being drawn locally. And then you have like UV position, so you can also put into this. So you'd need to put into, I think, the struct another variable to bring it from the vert into the frag. Does that make sense? I hope so. And then that variable you would just use. There's I think Unity shader object position. Well, surface. Man, I was complaining about this before. I feel like everything in Google has like been just like rearranged. Why can't I get anything good anymore? I feel like really nice results. Object to world. So that would give you a position, a world position for the object. Otherwise, it's in object space, I think. So your vertex is just an offset from like 0, and then the transform is offsetting all of that. That makes sense? No, you're totally right. I feel like everything got flipped upside down. All the bad results come up top. So yeah, I think you'd use object to world, and then camera position. Built-in shader error. See, that was a good one. That was a good hit. As long as it's not like some secret China thing, because I've been finding for some reason there's just duplicate things on a like .cn. I'm like, that's super weird. It's even in English and everything. I'm just like, but why would I go that far for that? Anywho, this will start giving you. There's camera position, world space camera position. There you go. China seems to copy normal web pages. I kind of wonder if that's a way of them making it available inside of China under their own internet restrictions. But then just like, why do we get it? Just all things in Chinese. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I'm fine with having things be available. I don't love the censorship, but like we can steer away from politics. But no answers. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, let me throw this. This is a really useful link. Did I get the word of the day? Cool, we found word of the day, guys. Found word of the day. That was an easy one. Lots of confusion. Most frustrating thing is when you find your exact question and no answers, like 3 different web pages. Yeah, I feel that. And yeah, I hope that helps, gives you some direction. But yeah, I do feel like you need to built-in variables. probably be using them in the vertex, storing them in the O. You have to define them in that struct. Just put like a new one. And then that would be available in here in the I. That makes sense. The purpose of a shader, the shader does so a material has a shader, and the shader gives it like properties. So this is like the texture that you could put in if you weren't hiding in the inspector. You could like fill out the albedo with like main text, and then you could draw it on, or you could like, I don't know, make it transparent by turning the alpha down below 1. They can do lots of things. So the vert part is actually able to manipulate where the vertex of the mesh is. And the frag part is the color at the point that it's being drawn. So like, yeah, a shader does like everything. Like a material is nothing without a shader. It just kind of like holds which shader it is and then the variables it needs. Yeah, and then the shader just takes all those variables and then you can plug them in to just like, well, you don't really have like metallic here, specular, but you could be changing the color based off of depth if you wanted. But yeah, frag, whatever the output of frag is going to be the color of the pixel that's being drawn on screen using the material that is assigned to that shader. It's like literally there's like text 2D is taking a texture and sampling it by a UV position, the like current UV position, because it does it for everything that it's drawing. So it goes through and does this multiple times, gets the depth at each point in the UV it's trying to draw, and then, I mean, do whatever you want with it. You just put the depth and the color like you kind of are. This is alpha right here because you're doing .a. This is how transparent it is. But if this was RGB and not A, then it would be like a luminance depth. So like the things close to the camera would be white and the things further would be black. Blacker. I mean, a shader kind of is like what people think a material is. Material just kind of like holds all the stuff. Like the specific stuff. So you can have multiple versions of a shader that can shade multiple things using different sets of the same variable, but set to different values. Like I can have two piece mats, and then this, I don't have, oh, like default textures. Like a material holds like this shader, so like that's the defined stuff, and then we'll hold an instance of all the stuff it's going to shove into that shader, and it does change based on the shader. So if you go into, I don't have a lot of shaders in here, this is a brand new scene. It's like a text shader, just has like a font texture that it's going to use. Now it's the particle. because they're a little bit lighter. So like for particles, they don't want to do quite as much, and they're usually, I don't know, more like transparent. Sometimes they have emission. So this is like trimmed down from like a full surface shader. Oh, it also has flipbook. Yeah, like, yeah, material is just like giving you instances of that. Okay, wait, let me check. Okay, well, it says, yeah, it's doing a depth camera. So what they're doing here, I think, is just getting a camera and then probably shoving a render texture. Or no, this doesn't, this is just like turning the depth on for the camera. Oh yeah, okay, wait, here's the render texture for the depth buffer. And then they're gonna pass that to the material. It's up the camera to get the depth. Then, okay, maybe I'm assuming a bit much. Oh, could they blit it? Ah, there's the blit. There's the blit. So this is a screen space texture. This is literally on post render. So after it renders the entire screen, blit is going to take the camera's actual output that it would put on the full screen, everything you're seeing in here, and it's going to replace it with your depth render using the shader. So yeah, blit's cool. It's, yeah, just a way to like intercept and replace the screen image with a little shader change. What does line 245 do then? Okay, yeah. So yeah, I once was using blit to do like screen warp effects. Like someone would cast a spell and then in front of them we would do a swirl effect. So I would do pretty much the same thing and then I would pass in a shader that's doing the swirls. And I think I also used kind of like the set texture, except it might be like set float. Wow, there might be a set vector. Don't quite remember, it was a few years ago. To like put points in space and then the shader would just like twirl whatever points you gave it and then spit the screen back out. Ooh, cool. I'm glad you got something out of that rambling. Yeah. Shaders can do any sort of geometry manipulation that you kind of want to do at runtime. You can do compute shaders, which can actually kind of like just calculate a bunch of stuff. You can pass them in a buffered array and they'll crunch some numbers and give you that array back faster than your CPU can do it. And then yeah, basics is just like changing the colors and changing transparency of like a given mesh. Fun fact, this is how you implement AMD FSR upscaling. Interesting. Oh, you can do tessellation too. Tessellation's like, I'm gonna say it's a few lines of code. But it's surprisingly like not too complex. Or like you can find implementations that are pretty easy. Ray tracing. I haven't really put my mind to ray tracing, like how I would actually do it, because a lot of it's done for you in the HDRP. But I would guess maybe compute shader to do some of the. I don't know. I don't know how you do raycasts on the. I don't know. I would need to know more about shaders. I don't really know how to get other objects from shaders. Like two shaders interacting. I don't think. Maybe I've done. I don't know. I never like continue doing shaders. I like do shaders for a little while until I get the shaders I kind of need, and then I move on. And there's just like a whole world of shaders. What you're trying to do is simulate real world sensors. Your goal is to simulate a distance sensor. Oh, okay. If it's just visually, then yeah, that's pretty easy. And then I guess visually is data, right? You did some analysis, found out that based on what material you scan with in real life sensor, you get different precision. Okay. Like your signal has more noise if you analyze metal. Okay, that makes sense. In contrast to like paper. Ah, alright, I see. And you have a database for that. Hmm. So I feel like you'd want to be manipulating normals because that will keep your surface technically flat, but it does deflect light in different ways and it can give you the illusion of depth. Okay, now you want to get from the simulation info about the material so you can pass it to the database. Interesting. So you just have like a big database that you need to go over? Because I think that's just compute shader stuff that you want to do. And you can probably do a balance between writing C# and pushing data to compute shaders. Which, like, compute shaders aren't too bad. I think you can even. What does a default compute shader look like? Create shader, compute shader. Stupid Visual Studio. Here we go. Okay, so this is just a basic one. And then you would like. I think I could pull up where I actually do this. Might be more helpful. Where's danger grass? Oh, my danger grass. Okay, so this this as a compute shader. And let me pull up the thing that. Okay. So instance point has, some stuff in it. But this is like the main kernel. This is like the data that we want to be crunching. And this is picking points on a mesh for like thousands of points, which is really bad to do with a CPU. It's just too much crap. And then this is the script that uses that. Let's see, down here, we create some compute buffers, we set data to them, and we end up pushing to, we do have to load the compute shader in. Buffers. Here it is. So then we have just called dispatch. And this was just the compute shader being pulled from resources. Dispatch that with, stuff. And it calls that function for you. And it will work on the buffers that you set. So there's like input-output buffers. So like once you call dispatch, everything after that should have those buffers filled with data. So it's complicated because there's a lot going on, but like I wanted to make sure I was like telling you the right stuff. Like the important stuff, like once you do that thing, just create a compute shader, which I did in my other thing. Looks like this, right? This should be easy enough. Like it calls this with an ID, so it does this 8 times 8 times 1 times, and it just fills in this buffer, float 4, so like a vector 4, fills 8 times 8, like one of those with whatever this is. But then you just need to call CS main dispatch, or like you load this up and you dispatch it because the kernel tells CS main. It's a little complicated, I'm not gonna lie, but it's accessible. You should try it. You really should. It's not horrible. I feel like there's really good compute shader documentation. So make sure I'm grabbing the right thing. Nope. I don't know. It's one of those things when you keep searching and searching, eventually you find like the exact. Oh, wait. Did I find them? No, this might be kind of a search. Yeah, I found somewhere Unity has documented like boilerplate compute shader and compute shader caller scripts. I mean, I don't 100% understand your task, like all of your input parameters and your output expectations, but shaders can do pretty much anything if you really wanted to use a shader to do it. And then yeah, getting the material of a hit. Like if you do a ray cast in Unity, um, yeah, I don't know, just like a ray cast from one thing to another, and you hit a thing, you should be able to get the material. You don't want to waste a lot of time. Okay, I can understand that. I mean, it should be doable. Did your company have other options? Is it like Unity versus Unreal? Or is it Unity versus like MATLAB? You're fine learning it, it's not your company? Okay. It's your research project. Okay. And are you crunching a lot of data or are you trying to get crispy visuals? Okay. All right. I will assume data then. You want to simulate robots. Okay. Interesting. I mean, yeah, if you need a lot of fast calculations with a fancy engine. I mean, that sounds cool. Should be doable. I feel like if you go the compute shader route, that's almost like the jobs route anyway. I don't know if you're that into Unity, but a lot of people are talking about, the entity component system and jobs, which are kind of linked. And they kind of like are trying to decouple from the hierarchy and then do things in big batches. And I feel like compute shaders are like really along that line. In fact, they may be jobs. Unity raycast is too slow. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, 1/30th of a second. Can Unity really not run 30 FPS 1080p? Or you need that many ray casts? Okay, wait a second. I mean, do you need all of the data from the raycast? I think, or you just need the depth, right? Hmm. Sorry, I'm looking around, seeing a simple raycast shader. Hmm. All right, might as well see what I'm seeing because I'm just like, huh? What makes this a raycast shader? Call the back. Cool. Um, okay. Sorry, wait. Output coming. Oh, it's B2F. Sorry. Slow today. Okay, see it, which in position, world position. That's fine. A step. But how do you actually sample something outside your own shader? Oh, okay. This is so fake because they're putting in the materials that they want to ray trace. Like, cool. All right, so you know how to do a little bit of math, but whatever. Is this what you need? I guess. I guess I would call this cheating because I would want it to work with anything, but this is just like, okay, here's three. Here's three things. I guess you could give them different world positions too. They're just using like a cube. Yeah, depth and material. That is really hard because then you need a shader that can deal with every shader that's going to be dealt with. I don't know. I'm having a hard time believing that the Unity solution isn't going to be near the best that you're going to get for Unity. What version of Unity are you on? Because I found that my grass stuff completely broke in 2018, and that's why I'm on 2019. Okay. Well, at least you won't have that problem if you use compute shaders. You probably need a complex scene, right? Yeah, I'll probably end up upgrading to like 2021. I forget. I think they finally put 6-point lighting in, and I need that. I need that. It's so pretty. Oh my god, my whole game is going to be boosted. It's everything in my game is going to be explosions. Yeah, an explosion needs to influence another explosion. That'd be good. Yeah, I think you should be fine for now. Or not. Maybe 2021 is going to run a lot faster. When, some words. Just type in random words. Let's see what does Unity say? They say you can get a certain frame rate with a certain set of hardware. It's ray tracing. Webinar, cool. Hmm. Wait, do you have a certain hardware limitation? Hmm, open source, cool, very respectable. They give you lighting, but not the info you want. Like, hmm, hmm. So you might need to, you could pass the camera depth if you don't mind it being screen space. And you want to split it, but I don't know. It also sounds like you want to make a render engine that's better than Unity in Unity, uh, and then open source and I don't know, become hero. Like you can have fancier scenes. If you don't mind me asking, what is your thesis on exactly? Yeah, raycast comes from physics. You know what? Maybe you can do it if you use uh I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Unity does. Like if you do a raycast, it will give you like what you hit, the angle that the normal of the surface that you hit, the material, the collider, the everything you would need to know. But raycasts are notoriously slow, and you don't want to do a raycast that much. But they are physics.raycasts, so part of me is like, well, could you do it if you got Havoc? So you'd have to get Unity Pro and then Havoc, and that gives you the Havoc physics engine, which allows you to touch more of physics stuff, and maybe you could get better raycasts. I don't know. But I don't know how to get raycasts in a shader. Like all that info. I can do math to like get stuff, but yeah, it's all just numbers without ever touching something else that we don't put into the program. Like screen space is the way people cheat that stuff in usually, like screen space, ambient occlusion, screen space, final gathering, because they can kind of like take a render and then kind of like re-render with some fakeness. There's no difference between pro and normal anymore. It's all Havoc. Wait, so did they take jobs in ECS out of pro? Because I finally figured out what that confusion was about. I was confused because they were using dumb terminology. They were like, it's free if you use pro. And I was like, but free and pro is money. And like, yeah, it's no additional cost on pro. It's like the most rigged statement. Because yeah, it was the only thing in pro. Because they do it like the depth, don't they? I mean, yeah, kinda. How would they know the distance without raycast? Uh, well, camera gets depth. I don't know how camera gets depth. You know, I don't know enough about Unity's scriptable render pipeline. Zombie, do you know anything about that? Maybe that's what you should be touching on. Certainly looks pretty. Yeah, how does the camera get depth? That's a good question. Yeah, they're probably piping it in through alpha. Like even when they rasterize. Or they only need it when they rasterize, right? You don't need a raycast depth map. Just surface knowledge. You managed to add a compute shader to SRP through a mod? Okay, that's not too bad. Interesting. So I think it opens, it's supposed to open things up. Scheduling, oh wait, yeah. Scheduling and executing render commands. Feels like you could probably, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, honestly. I wonder if this scheduling is just pushing things back and forth and you still have some problems with I don't know, you might just need a novel solution for holding all of the materials. Like maybe writing a shader on the fly or something that just has all the materials. Or no, do it dumb, super dumb. It just has all the materials, every material, every texture in the scene. That would be a nightmare. Never mind. I feel like I only have bad ideas for this. They need it for light effects, right? Uh, yes. Wait, I thought they did. So in the like original Unity rendering stuff, I thought it would just cast out from a pixel to an object. It would ask the shader what color that object at that pixel should be, given all of the data of like where it is, like how shiny it is, the three closest lights, and it would give back the color and probably the depth. Well, I'm glad I helped. Yeah, I feel like I know a lot, but a lot is still just a drop in the bucket because shaders are like so expansive. And the render pipeline in the last few years, I feel like has just like really blossomed. But I am excited about the future. Hopefully having like great raycasting. So, keep up the good work. Solve mankind's problems. Give me some raycasted VR. Because that's the dream. Oh my god, if we could get raycasting in VR. Aw. You don't have to do that. I'm just here to help. Yeah, VR is cool. My game's pretty ugly now, but it will be gorgeous one day. Even prettier if it gets full reflections and stuff. But I think there's going to be maybe a big gap between the flat screen experience and the VR experience in that regard. Though I don't know. Maybe I'll leave the ray tracing for a zombie as a low-hanging fruit to mod in. Have better things to do? Maybe. This. Put it down. Thing up. Nope, that was the wrong thing. And I can't put down again? Okay, we have some bugs. Oh, I found that one again, though. Lucky day. We have some stuff to work on. Low hanging fruit, ray tracing. FSR is on your list? Why is my mind blanking? What is FSR? You run a somewhat universal mod to give people more performance and or picture quality in all the games? I mean, doing God's work. Oh, super resolution. Okay. I mean, okay. I wonder. Because is it gonna add details that aren't there? Like Apple stuff does? Gotta go, we'll come by again. Bye, Armin. Have a great day. Talk to you soon. Oh, it's the AMD version of NVIDIA upscaling stuff. I see. I mean, yeah, that sounds awesome. Sounds so dope. Did I not turn it back yet? That would explain a lot. Okay, zombie. Okay, I see. Can you do FSR with VR? I'm asking stupid questions. Like, obviously danger. What it's made for. I don't see that in the blurb here. Oh, I found it. And I put it back in a place that I didn't know I could put it. Okay, now I picked it up and it's still colored. Why do I feel like it's in a different place than yesterday? Hmm. Okay. I tried it before. See? Creating problems. Content. Oh, they're both false. That's... Yeah, that should be false. And... I'm gonna go too fast. I need to chill. Okay. False. And... Hmm. They made a universal mod for Unity VR games with the old FSR 1.1 version. That's cool. Just swap one DLL and get free performance. Hey. You want to grab the new and way improved FSR 2.1 version. But you'll cheat. That sounds cool. How good is 2.1? What does that look like? Yeah, it doesn't do ray tracing. Okay, wait. Why is everything working? Sort of. I jinxed it. Why am I holding it and it... Why am I holding it? Hmm. Okay. Maybe we get things oriented correct. We just off by an amount. Hmm. It's offset by a little bit. Okay, yeah. Visualize it. So is that what you're working on Now? No, I nudged you in that direction with the ray tracing comment. What are you working on today? Did I miss it? Are you just being helpful the whole time? Because you're a wonderful human being. But yeah, thank you for reinforcing the education. You get a gold star for being a TA. Okay. Move from grid. Current shape. False. Nothing there, right? Replace the true, because it's filled. Can we? There, it's true filled? No. And why am I so confused by that? I can't decide if it's filled or if it's open. That's my problem. The grid starts out false. Nothing in it. No occupata. So other shape is the shape is the piece. There we go. One big, one small. So that way they don't blur together. Okay. Shape is the other piece. That one needs to be true. This one's false. Grid when we place things, just double check. Place is true. White. Okay. If this doesn't work, then my math is off. Also, do I flip the thing? Or is it... Do I draw the grid? Drawing the grid. X, Y. I don't know. That makes... Yeah, because it's a full line of J. Full myself, it's fine. Current shape can't be flipped. Okay, you know what? We rotate. That's all. That's it. All good. Grid. I don't rotate down here, do I? Nope. go forward times negative 90. Do I do 270? Keep it all positive. Where do I put you? Clear this. I think a position should be like 2 wide, right? Okay, where? Why does it not fit? Anywhere. And tool message. Yes. I didn't get any big error, did I? Also kind of place. Not about that, it's actually about shape fit. About the start. Okay, can't put down, can't pick up. Though it didn't do all the things. Come on, come on. That didn't undo. There's a problem in remove somewhere. Okay, let's see. Let's take the thing out of the test piece. Nothing held. Nothing held. And we'll say holding thing equals false instead of true. Okay. Pick up. Up it down. Pick up it down. Why does that say that? That means that we're not removing the thing before placing it again. Oh, or this doesn't matter. And this is a safety feature. Please work, please. I pick up the thing. I say occupied. Problem, you're not occupied. Changing a thing I'm not accounting for. I'm not touching grid's shape, am I? Really? Is that my problem? That could be a problem. Love finding them. Okay. Okay. Right. Because I missed it? Maybe. Sorry. I apologize. Sorry. It's great. So satisfying. Oh, squish in there. And I wonder how much of a pain in the butt this was to simulate. Oh, get amazing. Makes you kind of hungry. Yep. Yep. Would eat. Evil yellow piece. It's a dramatic yellow piece. I picked up and now and now it stains things. Why do I feel like you're sideways now? Not secretly doing a JI, am I? Oh, they're all No, it's gonna break things. I can't do that. How did it work before? Has it? What? Confused. Okay. Good. Then I put down. Why are you occupied? It's 'cause I'm mixed up again, but I am. No, if you place it's true, and if you remove it's false. So if it's true, true, actually occupied. I'm confused. This isn't backwards, is it? Why would you tell me I can't put it there? Why would you do that? I think we're gonna get a too big thing here. It's gonna validate the first orientation. Serious question, gummy bears. Serious answer? My serious answer? If it doesn't say gelatin on the package, I'm there. I mean, I'll take anything before it breaks my teeth. Okay, yeah, that's just too big. And then picking it up. What is that? How dare you? It's gross. How dare you leave that behind? Highly confused. I'm doing everything wrong. It all wrong. What should I be doing? Probably aligning things first, right? That would make sense. So it sort of works sometimes. No, it's always leaving some crud behind. Why are you all schmutzy? Okay, so when we do remove, we're just not going all the way, right? I demand some answers. Got 2 packages of British wine gums earlier. Totally awesome stuff. You do want to eat them, but they're way too fresh and soft. I feel like I can appreciate them like maybe a few the first day, and then a lot more the second day, and then leave a few for the remaining days, and then there'll be one really hard guilt gummy bear. The old vending machine at your local train station got the same ones, but they're way better because it seems no one buys them except for you. Just on the brink of teeth pulling. Oof. Oh, I can't. My dentist would kill me. Yeah, I don't like things being stuck in my teeth. So I prefer just like the texture of my teeth being like little knives slicing teddy bears in half. Okay, cleaned up 0. Okay, that's a lot. 0 through 5, so that's 6 spots. 3, 4, 5, 3, 5, 3, 4, 5. This is supposed to be a 2 by 3. Why we go so big? Because I'm dumb? I'll keep my stupidity around. I'll live with it. X plus shape is my piece. On removing piece. Dot X. There we go. All right. But he copy pasted. Why is it not perfect? Sir, in an all-inclusive way, I salute you. That is an awesome Tetris. Hey, Craig. How are you today? What are you up to? Okay, wait, why didn't I get the... Oh, you need to do I. That makes sense. Just messenger, not your content. I mean, maybe you should try it. Have you tried a simulation recently? There was someone in our local Unity group community that was working on softbody. I think he got called up to the big leagues because obviously softbody is so in demand. But legitimately, it is a great demonstration. Actually, no, it is ridiculously in demand, isn't it? Forked your entrance again? Oh, Cryogi, I was stalking you earlier. I was checking you out in Lens's stream. That trick that you're excited about, I'm just gonna say it can trigger auto mod. Discord Unity community, the irony? I didn't say Discord, I said local. It was literally location based. Yeah, no, when he got called up, I don't know that it was to Unity. I think he got called up to the big leagues of like AAA, doing cool shader things. Okay, so the first one works. Looks like 2 by 3. Put it down. Like 2 by 3. I pick it up. I was doing so good. What happened? I picked it up that time and now it did. Grr. Hello? I just clicked that. Oh, okay, hold on. We need to reconfigure X and Y. X should be the top leftmost cell. I guess make leftmost cell. You immediately pointed out that people could click on it and you don't know where it goes. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Most of them go nowhere, but you can do really long ones that are definitely not URLs. Yeah, like gummy.bears. That's good. And it's a great way to just get auto highlight. But in any chat that has an auto mod and doesn't allow links, yeah, that'll get auto modded. Hashtag fresh. Of course, because you are a savage, right? I avoid that actually. I avoid making things look like links. Plop it, not so much. I'm scared. What does plop mean in Italy? Yeah, I'm definitely not clicking that. So besides general chaos, what are you up to today, Cryogi? Wait a second, do we need to find the first piece? Am I an idiot? This is just supposed to go through the whole grid. Right? If we go through the whole grid, we're just looking if it is the right shape. Okay, let's try that. And coding on stream's weird. Where I'm so much more scattered. There's no chamber of solitude. There's no cone of focus. Though honestly not completely unproductive. Like much less. Place and cleaning up looks good. Is that 030304? No. 0304. Yeah, I guess that's what the shape actually looks like. Oh. When we position, like when we place a piece. What? See if we're leaving out non-existent parts. Place. Looking for piece.shape. And it makes sense. It's just like, yeah, just in cleaning up properly. Why is it not going wide enough? Go more. But sometimes You're not up to much actually, just bumming around, and the weather was good. First 21°C temp day. You went for a long 2-hour walk and then just ate junk food. That balances out. You were very good at it. I'm proud of you. Sounds like fun. For a second there, you were about to take your savage comment back because you seemed to be a person of culture. But no, it is not the good old plop.at. What would AT be? Do I want to know? Okay. So it was placed, got cleaned up. Why do you pop up? Why do I feel like I'm getting 2 clicks down? And that could be my issue, or like multiple? Why? I'm very sus about get mouse button down not actually being down or something. So there is just get mouse button, right? There is down. Why do I feel like you happen thoughts? This is just the point. We do need to move the cell point. Maybe that's the issue. AT is Austria. Ah, I see. Pop.at, I do programming in assembler, C, C++, PHP. See. I mean, do you do programming in assembler? Is that something you do? Is that something you're proud of if it's what you do? Sounds hard. Keep forgetting it doesn't need to be top left. This is getting something, getting a piece. And then we remove. Based on what number the piece is. Missing. Missing in different times. I should be 0. Big brain. Big brain sees small letter. Not everyone speaks perfect English. Why would you start refining iron when you want a hammer? It's true. Is it assembler? What is assembler? Is it just a game I don't know? The PHP might be a translation fault. Isn't PHP a programming language that's string-based? Maybe I'm missing the point of the joke, and I'm just That's clearly it. I don't understand the joke you're trying to make, and therefore my mind's just like, what? It's lots of stuff. Cool. Plop at. Don't get that. You do programming. Cool. Assembler. Almost like assembly. And then you list languages. Cool. Hating on PHP? I mean, yeah, you can hate on PHP all you want. It's still good. Yes. Solved right in front of your very eyes. All right, can we put two things in? Okay. Now we place the thing. It's already placed. We delete this, comment this. PHP parser in Unity would be fun. Oh man, I would love it. See, PHP is close to my heart because is it managed? Mel is a managed language, and because of that, it has strong eval usage. And PHP having string-based stuff and allowing evals, like, just good. I just find it like a really cool way to work. Maybe not like for everyday stuff, but you know, when you need it, it's good. Works. Say like this, but that would trigger a bug. Sure. Like this, it just works. Todd Howard. We doed it. Things are backwards and inverted. We have all sorts of problems, but we have the base functionality, and now I can be happy and my soul can rest at ease. And what would you use a PHP parser in Unity for? I think my code would just get way sloppier than it already is, because I would just like set up some crap to eval later. Oh, I wonder, actually, it could be kind of cool to do a PHP like procedural narrative thing, because, you know, the evals are just free and easy. If you can think in evals, that could be really interesting. But also, it might break me. A while back, PHP was your go-to scripting language for everyday stuff. You do like how easy it is to integrate with UI and with HTML. It's fair. Want some output? Here you go. I mean, yeah, writing code that can write code that can be evaled in a button press, like, not quite JavaScript, but it's caveman JavaScript maybe. Oh, good. Joke goes like this. It says, I program in assembly, a systems level language. C, a systems level language. C++, a systems level language. And then you mention PHP, a badly designed scripting language with includes. Badly implemented OO and API the devil would shy away from. Evals, ... I'm glad we're on the same page. Evals are wonderful. I mean, yeah, the first language I learned was a managed language for scripting. So, like, yep, it taught me some bad habits, but I feel like if you can write things that safely eval, which I do, a lot of my Maya stuff, the buttons are like created on the fly based on the rig that you need or that you give it. And there's some other functionality, just like, yeah, writing stuff to function with like a mutable base system that you need to control. I think it's cool. And string base is nice. You've lived for a decade with ASP and it was bad, but not as bad as PHP. I never learned ASP. So I don't know. I haven't used PHP too extensively, so I guess I'm a noob there. Come on. I wonder if I could get them to fit inside. Later. Later. We don't need that now. What do we need now? Maybe mirrored? Maybe mirrored. We do it the dumb way? Of course you do it the dumb way. I'm silly. Grid. Grid. Now grid scale. I guess I need a new vector tree for this. We won't find a common ground here. On the other hand, look at JavaScript. Now there's a language I don't know about that. It is cool. I'll give you that. It has some cool functionality. It really it's good at its element. See what I did there? I'm just trying to trigger. I mean, I don't like vars. I feel like vars take me even a millisecond more is too much. But like, yeah, vars take some brain power to figure out what's in that var. How do I manipulate that variable? It's my only real problem with JavaScript. It's a Lisp-like language. Okay. You miss good old C? What's wrong with C sharp? Why is everyone so fidgety to get out? I mean, I feel like I have changes I would make to C sharp. I've found out, right? I was like on my own mini rant tirade about how interfaces aren't quite what I want them to be, and I start looking up like, okay, what cool new features did they get? And they did get some stuff. But like it took until 9, 10, like so many versions for them to be able to have predefined functions in an interface. I'm just like, why is this not boilerplate stuff? Why is interface so like, okay, cool, you can use this thing, makes things so accessible. Now make sure you write your code 20 times over. Like, seriously? It seems so weird. Var out, so last millennium. Now it's const and let. I mean, it's the same problem. Isn't it? Is it tuples too? Goodness, tuples. Tuples is where societies crumble. And then you say it's like the Wild West of like variable typing. You won't believe how many years it took for your brain to actually understand OOP. You don't know why, but it was one of the biggest hurdles. I mean, that's fair. I bet it's because people explain it in big, extravagant ways instead of being like, you got your data and you got your functions and they're on the same thing. I think your teachers back in school screwed up some fundamental understanding. And it took a while to repair that. Yes, I had a bad math teacher, and it took me a real long time to get comfortable doing math again. Stupid red and green cars. Once you understood OOP, you realized you didn't need it. I, if you're baiting something, I might agree with you a lot there. Or mainly like as soon as you understand object-oriented programming and you want to like apply it, I feel like you start making exceptions really quickly. Because you need something to bind it all together. Yeah, being very strict in OOP, like, meh. Don't get too sloppy, though. You know, we need some order in the world. What's I doing? 1, -1, 0. Otherwise, it disappears forever. Wait, I rotate it. Oh. I know, I'm so... Because I threw it in the grid. Strange example objects that should show something from real life, but it didn't make sense. Would they have given you some real examples? Use game objects as an example. Yes, exactly. It's not easy to come up with things. Even the best courses that I've taught, like the curriculum has started out a little bit wavy, just being like, I feel like if you're like, okay, how many balls of snow does a snowman have? You have a snowman class, and you're going to be like, maybe like an array for ball size, and a number of for how many balls, and a number for how many arms, and like height of arms. If you're doing it like a drawing program, I feel like that works really well. Um, but yeah, when you're like, how many doors does a car have? You're like, okay. Okay, I guess. I'm just gonna write a bunch of stuff down. And then they're like, is this a car? Is this a vehicle? Or is it a truck? And you're just like, I don't care. That was me anyway. Whenever I see that stuff, I'm just like, this is so unrelatable. And I usually structure around drawing. Processing is nice. Like, make a thing, make a function to draw an arm. And then can you draw multiple arms now? Makes sense. Inheritance with car parts. So I see it's common. Exceptions are disproportionately deep inheritance. Oh man. I also feel like there's some issues with inheritance. I wish there was a way that you could overwrite some variables in an inherited class that would be recognized by the base class. At least in C#, it doesn't really do that. You need to like copy paste an entire function to reference a variable that you're overriding. Yeah, it's really just good at pointing at override functions and and then how often do you just copy and paste most of the function? anything else, and you're probably planning more than I want to plan to actually get anything done. When you read about functional, it was like a warm bath. It makes sense until you're like, where did I put the code for this? Oh, wait, it's nested in a button. I have an inline function that is describing the entire layout of a web page. Like, it's squirrely, I guess, is a good word for it. You can do a lot of stuff with it, but you can also get lost and put things places you'll never find again. First time they tried teaching you, that was 20 years ago. I think no one tried to teach me programming except the books that I picked up, and I was like, okay, I kind of get this. I don't have a good use case. I want to program like a clock, so I get it, but I'm moving on with my life. He was like, yeah, there are objects, but what about the rest of the 90% of the program? I mean, it's true. It's true, you gotta do something with the objects, and the objects can't do everything. And you have things like Unity, which get things a little bit muddy. Like if you're gonna have a mono behavior, which is kind of the main driver of game programming in Unity, you can't use constructors. You have to do a whole setup of like creating a game object and adding something to it, or having a game object and adding the script to it. It's like, okay, well, if here and there we're throwing out pieces of the base programming language, then like, what are we left with? Finally understand it while working on your Fox mod. It finally clicked once you were done with it. So roughly 2 years ago. It's coming back dots. That's true. Absolutely hilarious now to see all those OOP pros get lost there. Yeah, I mean, so in Mel, I don't remember, I think PHP was better than Mel in this way, but you don't get structs or classes. So when you're storing data, you do it in like parallel arrays. So if you have lots of things, then you just have like a bunch of arrays labeled after the thing you want to store, and then you use an indexer to access all of them at the same location, and you add to all of them at once, and you subtract to all of them at once. You know what I mean? And it just makes sense. It's fine. And I feel it's kind of the same way. I'm just like, we're just gonna go through this mesh, and we're gonna touch everything in this list and do the transform it needs to do, and move on with our lives. And it started out as bad programming, and now it's turning into actually the way that's preferred. What turned you off of object-oriented was there's data, but it has a behavior. It can mutate itself. This is true. The other thing about object-oriented stuff, maybe I'm going too deep, but there is an idea of data locality. If you need something to do something over another object's data, you end up loading up most of the object in memory to get to that data from another class, if I understand it correctly. So it's easier to have lots of data pushed kind of closer to the function that's actually going to touch it, or have like leaf structures or classes that you can pass that are a lot smaller and don't contain like everything. And like, yeah, at that point, I'm kind of like, aren't we pushing out of object-oriented? If you really want to optimize your data locality so that way you're not doing a ton of like memory writes, pushing too much crap to cache, like, yeah, I feel like you start breaking object-oriented here and there. Think you're gonna have much fun with dots once you take a poke at it? I heard it was amazing. Lots of people are saying it's amazing. I think Revere was having a problem with it recently with animations. Hopefully it works, but like, yeah, if animations don't work, then that's so much. That's so much of what you want to send to dots anyway, right? Animated meshes. Then I guess there's also colliders I want to push. I feel like that could be a big boon for me if I could somehow push all my colliders, but that feels like I would be creating a big mess of code. They say it's easy. They say just click some buttons to say what goes over, but I don't know. I need to see it demonstrated, I think. It's a future thing when you're transitioning away from mods to actual game making. That sounds promising. Got a dream. I mean, I'm more likely to play what you make if I don't have to buy a base game. I'm gonna float that one out there. Wait, did I do the thing? Got carried away in front of a very simple change. Now I feel silly. Is it because I flipped it? What direction do you need to go? Of course, X. Of course it's X. You're a -1. You're 1. And then we have to do a little shift. But then when I say shift, I guess we should also do some math to make sure that if we move the grid, we're always clicking on it. We have to do grid-centric math. Okay, wait, there should be, yeah, but it works. Huzzah! We're just off and scale issue, and we have to make sure that if we move the grid, we still click on the right things. Probably not a problem. We probably just put an offset for where the grid is, except perspective shift. Anyway. What's the difference? You'd pay the same? I mean, so if I'm paying for a game that you made, because for some strange reason you didn't ask me to test it, then I would be giving you money instead of giving some dev that I don't know money for a game that I wouldn't play unless it was to get a small feature that you added to it. and then you don't get the money. You see? There's a difference. And would I pay the same? Are the games that you mod going to be the same price as the game that you make? You have a strange relationship to money? I mean, yep. I hate it. I want it, but I hate it. I hate money, but I like the things money can get me. That is 100% true. Hate money, like the things it can get me. uh, so yeah, no, but like, wait, are all your mods paid mods? I feel like I should have known that. Why did I not know that? So when we do our click, should we offset there? Clean up a little bit. Oh, we didn't do snapping yet. Oh no, we did do snapping. That's our snapping. You do like to work for free, actually? Me too. Like, legitimately. That's why I'm actually interested in universal basic income. It would be really cool if you could prove that you're producing some sort of work or value to society, that you get some sort of sustenance, especially because, I don't know, AI might be taking the professional angle of everything I do right out from under humans. If the work is fun, yeah. I feel like there's a big margin for that because when you're programming, you can make it a puzzle or you can think of it like a puzzle, and then even the most boring things can be fun if you get into the right place. But then again, I won't say that's a blanket statement. There's some things that I've had to program which have been 1000% miserable, and doing the puzzle and finding the solution has very little satisfaction. Very hard to keep the motivation going. But I think that's kind of the extreme angle. If you get money you don't want to pocket change, keep your 10 money. But if you give me 100K, you wouldn't say no. Hard to explain. Yeah, if I can be sustained, I'll take that money. But you don't want to like nickel and dime people. It makes sense. I feel like that's the ideology of not knowing how to make communism happen. I want to work. I want to help the world. I want to survive. Don't need that anymore. So we might want to multiply these together. So many things to do. To-do list. I don't know if I want to do this. I think we're good. I think this is decent. Get out of here. Can we move the grid? There we go. So, position for mouse pattern. Would we just move this by a mouse offset or a grid offset? You want to have it on record that Danger started it? Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. What? All right. What's your diagnosis, Cryogi? What is it when you don't want to nickel and dime people, but you want to be able to survive while doing work, but not forced to do work? I don't know. And yet, correct me if I'm missing the mark. My first thought is like, do we are positioning, right? Okay, so for giggles, what if we have the position minus the starting position? All right, that. I actually need to move the, I guess the game object. So the balls won't matter anymore. I'll just need to use the force. Anywho, so wait, yeah, Zombie, what would you do? Like right now, if you had to make a snap judgment decision that you don't have to stick to in the future, how much is your game? Is it free? Is it free if you make under a certain amount of money? Use the froth, Luke. Use the froth. Depends on the game. That's not a bad answer. If you really made a game, it wouldn't be free. I can't blame you. I mean, yeah, I made a game. It wasn't free. Now we just need to move sky up. So it's still here. Where are my numbers? Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Aha! And I got it first try. Nice. Okay, we can just reverse that. And we'd be good. I hope. Let's take the Stitch Sami Lemmings for example. Okay. It would be about 15 money game. It's fair. I mean, you should adjust for the country that you're putting it in. Because yeah, here, like, if you can localize for Brazil, it's a really good market, but the price that they would have to pay doesn't make sense for their living arrangement. So you can actually make a ton of money if you just localize, and they'll buy it legitimately for what's reasonable for them. But yeah, I'm sure you can get someone there to kind of gauge what is a high-priced game and a low-priced game. And if you're saying 15 money, that I would say is like 25% between a free and high-priced game, maybe. Though it does depend on the store, on what they steal from you too. Is there a certain number that you try to make? I'm curious, because I also, I guess, have weird feelings about this stuff and ideas, but nothing's proven or nothing's cohesive because they might come from ideas that people that know what they're talking about have told me, but I didn't get a full curriculum plan. Didn't get a full lesson from them, you know? You're still bemused at what you're trying to achieve here? Uh, Thanks. I'm glad that I'm entertaining or amusing. Wait, where are you? Where are you? Okay, so yeah, we didn't parent anything when we placed things, and then we moved the grid, and they functioned up here. That kind of works. Kinda. But then you would need to region lock the game. What do you mean? Steam lets you do pricing based off of different regions. It's like it may be somewhere, but like if you just do Steam, I don't know if Humble Bundle does regional stuff. But yeah, they can region lock and do their pseudo DMC stuff. I mean, Craig, you don't think we're just like handing the game out to people on the street, do you? Like, I wouldn't make a website as a distribution platform. I would definitely use one of the storefronts that people already search for games. And I would hope they all do region locking. But if not, then just do your regional pricing on Steam, and then anyone that finds it too expensive on Itch or Humble would go to Steam because it's cheaper for them in their country. Yeah, region locking sucks. You should be able to choose your language. It's just like it's also if you're gonna change the price for, let's say, Brazil, you should also probably provide language support. The more languages you support, I think the wider your audience, even though English is really popular. People love to see a language that maybe they're more comfortable with. No region lock for the zombies. US and European market prices and sales count. Okay. Every other country can get the adjusted price or pirate for all you care. So that's what I've heard, is that to cut down on piracy, or like almost eliminate piracy, if you make your game cheap enough that people find it reasonable, and you know, it is presented in a way that they can like get it. Like, I don't know that I would pay for a German game that I then need like a German to English dictionary to play. I don't know if I would pirate it either, but I guess I would be more willing to pirate it because of the time investment it would take to play the game. It's more of a chore. Not that I pirate games, but like, you know, you got to get into the mind of the people that are doing the things. If the game is good, people will pay. Yes and no. Again, if it's too much, then they almost don't have the option to pay. If the game sucks, you don't want money, that's fair. That is very real. Okay, so this is a kinda. We don't have parenting pieces yet. We probably should, right? Okay, so when we snap, we should probably do it. Not or a parent. Yeah, that one. Okay. And then we need to undo that. Yeah, move, pick up. Europeans and Americans have the option most of the time. It's fair. And look what they do with their money. Like, the whole Twitch thing is insane if you think about it. People throwing money at people for what? Do you understand the hypocrisy? Yeah, throwing money at people that need money the least. Not to say that this is a stream for solely charities or charity cases, but like there are people with less viewers that aren't getting any sort of donations, and then there are people that just like, oh, someone donated, let me donate too. You can't blame Twitch. I think it's human psychology, but yeah, it is odd. Okay, and that's there. Now I can move this. And then I can click the thing. Yes. Yes, we did it. That's an inventory system. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we already kind of get masks. Grid offset. Good? Maybe? Alright, fill gap with piece might be more relevant. Rotating pieces? What is this, Tetris? Humans are insane. It quite provably true, I'm sure. Has your parents ever tried to hammer you need to work to make money into your brain? Unforgivable? You can't make money with your hobby? Yeah. No one gives you anything for free? I mean, it's interesting because we actually kind of have a society where people will give you things for quote unquote free, but the payment is something that you didn't know you didn't want to give up, which is usually privacy. And then yeah, free is the thing that's free is usually not worth very much. You don't make money hanging out in front of your PC. What? I mean, it was wrong until now. Like, I can't say what the future is. I'm afraid to go teach and have all of the students' parents be like, so, you know, what are kind of like career paths? What do you think about AI? I'm just like, the world is ending. I have no idea what your child can do to stop the world from ending, but it's, who knows? Who knows? AI has just flipped the entire table. It's not even done flipping yet. It's still in the air before it's made its first flip. But then again, yeah, I mean, is a majority of the money in front of the PC? Yeah, I definitely believe that. You prove that's not true? You did it for 30 years? Cryogy. We've all made money at a computer. If you're on Twitch right now, I can almost guarantee you that you've made money on a computer. A bit of a stretch, but yeah. I don't know. If you're really living off the grid, then you're off the grid. Definitely not here listening to this, proving me wrong. Proof for every single example. That's your point? Yep. Very true. Yeah. I'm interested in seeing what that universal basic income is. I might have had more worries before. Might have been more in Craiggie's court of like a more society crumbles and we go to chaos because people choose not to work. Not to put words in your mouth. I believe I'm recalling a point from an early argument. Um, but yeah, I don't know. If AI does everything, then who cares? We can actually be taken care of. Anywho, we have games to make, and probably not get paid for. Fill gap with peace. Okay, I has idea on this. This might go in here actually. Okay, so this is where we do some daredevil stuff. Man, what a weak comic. No offense to anyone that likes it. I just couldn't though. Okay, so I just go through the full grid, right? And see which piece, maybe not the full grid, see where we can fit a piece. Universal basic income would be awesome, you think? Let's not dive too deep into the societal ramifications. But can we just like pull out the scales though and just say that people have been complaining a long time about some of the ramifications of it and how it's somewhat unknown? But now we have something literally on the opposite side of the scale like AI that's also kind of a big unknown. Is it supposed to eliminate so many jobs? You have a private foundation over here. They exist for quite a few years now, and they run a public experiment. You can apply. With a bit of luck, you'll get a monthly basic income, about 1.2K, you think? Hey, that's not too bad. Without restrictions or additional taxes, you're allowed to work normally and keep everything you make in addition. That's cool. So they're actually expecting, because we know trickle down doesn't actually work, right? I hope that's not a political thing. Like, I think everyone now agrees trickle down doesn't actually work. So is it like trickle out? Because the lowest people spend the most because we spend in volume. So giving us more money, making us feel like we can spend more freely at the bottom means more money's flowing through the system regularly, which makes it almost less of a problem. I feel like frozen assets should be something that, well, it is something that we're talking about in society, right? The big problem that mountains and mountains of cash not doing much. Just making sure that, 20 future generations down the road couldn't exhaust what they've accumulated. That's cool. I assume now we have to wait for 15 years to see the results. When did it start? That seems cool. I want results. Show me the data. Okay, so this is all this. We don't need to go the full length though. Minus piece dot x minus, I think. Then we get to the point where it definitely won't fit because it's too big. If the grid specific one shape fits, there it is. Good, so we just use I and J, and we just probe. Does it fit here? If so, we'll maybe put it there. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I, J, and throw the piece in. And now we test. All right, magically work. Go into the first spot. Look it up. Your question is, where does the money come from? Aren't we gonna run out? What is this we, Cryogi? How do you just say someone else is spending money? Aren't we going to run out? It's interesting how ideologies mix. It's been running for 8 years. Okay, so I'll have to wait like 7 more years. It's 1,000, still a good amount. Right now, crowdfunding. I mean, that's amazing. Maybe we're not in the darkest universe. Maybe our reality has some sort of shine on it. With 1,000, you're forced to do additional work. Yeah, but how much additional work? And like, if you get sick, are you gonna have savings? Because some people are paycheck to paycheck, and that's, I mean, that really stretches paychecks, right? Not by the rules, because it's not enough to live on? I mean, I'm fine with that. What if that's the thing? That no one should have to work so hard because robots are doing half the job. Not enough anymore. Yeah, think about 8 years ago. Actually, 8 years ago, I could definitely have a small apartment and maybe really cheap food rations. It'd be a bit tight. It might be one of those things where you could just pick up an odd job here or there. And when the gig economy was better, things were more viable in the space, I think. You think about the real situation, not an experiment, so it needs to come from the community. So it needs to come from the community. Is that itself leveling a criticism at the experiment? Because like you, we all know that you can't invent money, right? 300,000 people have crowdfunded 14,000 years of income, 1,400 years of income. That's not bad. That, I don't know, it feels good. And again, what if it was just like, I don't know. What if there's a Patreon thing in communism? If you want to support an artist, you can support an artist, but only up to a certain amount. And then other artists get supported. You know? Like, you do stuff, you get paid. Every winner just gets 1 year. I was wrong on that. Still 12,000 for free. I mean, it's a life transforming amount. Not a criticism, just trying to see how it would work. I mean, you've heard all the things about how if the richest people in the world were to distribute their money, how well distributed it could be. And then not everyone even needs that money to be distributed, which means the money that is distributed could be even bigger. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm not running on a platform. I'm not trying to woo any potential constituents. But I'll take it. I do work. I work whether you pay me or not. Life is manageable if you do, though. Also, yeah, I do feel like if people got just an income, spending habits would change. And would that not even be able to like increase small business? I would think so, because you could even like spend it on setting up small business. Okay, what were we testing? Oh, we placed the thing automatically. Let's watch that happen again, and then maybe we try and do it twice. Okay, so yeah, that one's placed. You definitely make sure that your additional 1,000 got back into circulation as soon as possible. I mean, I'd save a bit. I would definitely put some towards charity if it was not evenly distributed. And then, yeah, probably spend it on software. I'm being honest about how I live my life. And then you're gone. Where are you gone? Huh? So not holding things. Doing that. Doesn't matter what order we place them. I guess my only real problem, right? If they did throw that in, if I was criticizing from Danger Brain, it would be that the increase in consumerism or potential consumerism towards things that would be like not dining out or entertainment would be producing a waste that we're still kind of like grappling with. So like increased consumerism is a little bit detrimental until we like figure out, you know, plastic disposal a bit better. Okay, but why does it work once? And then never places thing B? Or it only places thing? Um, oops, forgot that one. Yes, quite explain this. I guess we're not moving things, but it should still update the image. Alright, fine. Where are we actually putting it? Oh, in other news, okay. Hi Anonymous will be gone soon. You can't believe it. I'm confused. What? Do you mean the... I don't know. Oh, yeah, the Unity answer thing. Finally changes the back end. That's good. Oh, man. Unity Answers Forum software got a bug about 6 years now? Yeah. It's not on newer things though, right? It's like all of the older posts got that stupid anonymous thing in there. It replaces any instance of hi with hi anonymous. Interesting. I guess I tried to ignore it pretty quickly and it was always at the top, so I was like, that's a username bug, right? Wait, hello? Why do you only place one thing? No, I'm confused. Very confused. And the B is the one that's working. Why do I feel like it's just not compiling? Unity, please. If I have a bug, can you tell me? A little error message here or there? Refresh, re-import. Whatever you need to do. Why did Unity have to feel so scuffed like that? I heard that their earnings were low, or were they high? Yeah, there's something about Unity. Uh, 23 earnings or something. Oh, I mean, it's down as of today. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't care about this that much. Moving on with my life. Kind of interesting. It's either positive after a negative or like a negative after a positive. Maybe one of the first times they were like making money. But then how long will that last? Can I stay focused enough to actually figure out why this is not working? Oh, because it's just not. It just can't. Why can't it? Um, the new platform will be called Unity Discussions, and it's powered by Discourse. All right. Discourse is not bad. It's funny. I mean, was the old one that bad besides the bug? Yeah, just not placing it. It is this one, and it's gotta be the -1. Maybe we need a +1. Yes, it was. Sorry. I'm a middle thinker. I'm like, there's definitely worse, and I'm afraid of change. Website design has only gotten worse since like the mid to late 2000s. And it went super minimal, and now there's no information on any website anymore, ever, across the internet. Unless they haven't updated it in a long time. Why do I keep picking that up? I've programmed my brain. Okay. I think that worked. Did it. Today's a progress day. Okay. All right. Now I think rotating pieces is tacky. Is it in Resident Evil? There's some reason why I feel Resident Evil with the same grid-based inventory functionality is bad, while Diablo 2 is good. And it might also be something like guns are only 1 cell high, but like 5 cells long, and they just don't do spacing correctly, I don't know. We also need pieces under pieces. This might be better. But yeah, the other thing is like, is there rotating? And did I think the rotating was tacky? Especially because the spacing is bad. Like you're really just rotating a two thing. It's dumb. Rotating pieces is tacky? Like 95% of normal Tetris gameplay? Yeah. What if Tetris had all of the pieces at the optimal orientation and you just had to drop them in the right spot? Just a thought. But no, when you're doing inventory, like I do think it's tacky. Like this is definitely where we break from Tetris. I don't know. Thoughts? Cryogi, you must have a thought, right? I don't know. Has anyone played Resident Evil? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Any feelings in the chat? Do you mean like rotate the gun around to fit the right tiles in the inventory? Yeah, so if you have like a long gun and all of a sudden you like flip it so it's a tall gun. Also, the example I keep going to of Reg. Reg the game does have rotating. And I think you need it for their game. But then, you know, it's interesting. All these similar... thank you. Thank you for that. All of these similar functioning inventory systems all have such a different feel once you give inventory and shape and how much space the average thing takes up. Like this definitely has rotation. But then you also have like right angle fish and fishing rods and engines that fit into specific spots on the boat. Not sure if you've ever seen a game where you could actually flip the inventory items. Really? I swear I've seen it before. Wait. Am I imagining things? Page up and page down. Okay, alright, so you can rotate items in Resident Evil. Okay, so I'm not crazy with that. And then yeah, Dredge can because of how it needs to be. You need to have an opinion? Do you have an opinion on rotating pieces, or if pieces should just be static? Diablo 2. Diablo 2, I don't know if that's the best example, but yeah, you can't rotate anything. Lots of things happen to be square. The only things that aren't really square are going to be like weapons and armor, which tend to be rectangles. Then you get like books, which are like 2 tall. Charms that are 3 tall, 3 by 1, 2 by 1. But yeah, you can't rotate any of this stuff. You just need to get it all to fit in the way it is. But I never found that to be a problem. I would find rotating way more awkward than this. Even though, like, I guess you have a belt, which is a 1 by 2, 2 by 1, and then you have throwing knives or throwing daggers, which are 2 by 1. But then, yeah, I don't know. Nothing's so big that you couldn't just like shift some 1 spots around. You checked out after 3? Yeah, you know, I think I played 2. I played Code Veronica. What number are you? Or do we just need to hit the Resident Evil wiki? Okay, let's see. I don't think I played 1. I think I played 2. I don't know if I got my hands on 3. Played Code Veronica. But that's after 3. 2? Yeah, I never played this one either. Man, there's so many. There's way too many of this title. See, I guess rotating items in your inventory is new tech. I think the whole item taking shaped space always seemed to me to be quite contrived. A puzzle within a game. Let's add gratuitous distraction. There's your opinion. I could agree. If you don't mind having the conversation, my argument to that is that it was a good way to give you a visual representation of everything you're holding at once while giving you space limitations, which are really needed in a loot-based game. Because I'm having the problem, if I play my game for too much and I just pick up all the stuff that drops, I have way too many things to actually consider. Whereas if I have a smaller inventory, you know, I'm forced to actually care about the items and what I want and what I don't want more often. And then, yeah, there were some clever things that this would restrict with crafting. Because crafting, you have to fit all recipes in a... How big is the cube? I don't remember. 5 by 6 or something. There's a cube. 3 by 5. 3 by 4. That means you couldn't fit in more than like a large weapon, because a large weapon would take up the 8, and then put on some like something small on the side. Like you couldn't do the biggest weapon plus like a belt. Not that that super matters, but like it's another aspect. The way it limited spaces, I don't know, felt less like a limitation and more like just another aspect of the game to be able to master. Anyone remember Ultima Online? No, I never played it. I've seen some of the Ultimas being played by retro streamers, but that's as far as I go. You dump all your items in a sack on top of each other? No grid, just chaos? I kinda love that, but... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, I'm clicking. Oh, image cur. I just need to vet the picture first. Give me a second. Is that enough? We don't get the recommended on the side. Yeah, that's a nightmare. I think you need to consider how many items, not like you need to consider, it needs to be considered how many items are dropping at what rate. And if you have a procedural game, because Ultima, I think, is not procedural, so they're controlling how many items you're getting, how many items are placed in a space. They seem to patch it out and replace it with grids nowadays. I mean, it's kind of cool to have a sack where things just kind of like float loose. It'd be cool to randomize the placement of items as if they got jostled in transit. Yeah, I don't know. I need something different. Right now, just having a grid that you scroll down and I don't know. It's killing me. I'm lying. I don't need this for the inventory. We can stick with our endless scrolling grid. I don't know if we're going to have limitations. I hate having limitations, but maybe I will learn to respect them because at least they make the loot feel more valuable if you can't carry everything. Yeah, we at least need this. Oh, I'm lying. We do need rotate. I'm dumb. Yeah, if we're using this for world placement stuff, like, is every house going to be oriented the same way? I guess, yeah. So if we do rotation, then we need to update the auto placement. I'm lazy and I'm hungry. Why am I hungry? That's sad. Anyway, I wonder if there are other games that did grid inventory well. Because the spiritual successor to Diablo, which was Hellgate London, like did Diablo 2, I guess, Hellgate London. Um, I found that too cluttered. I found that kind of problematic. Did anyone play Hellgate London? I loved that game. It gets buggy after a certain point, but I think there's a problem, and PoE definitely has this, where if you have too many things that take up one spot, then your inventory always feels cluttered and unmanageable. And especially if they're all different. Like the fact that you have gems and runes and they are two things that have a flavor to them. Like all the rocks look similar and all of the, I guess, they also have rings and amulets, but there's not too many things. You have potions. I don't know what I'm getting at. There's more to boil down there. But too many things have too many, maybe stackable, uh, one by one things. I don't know. This drove me crazy. It's like you guys made Diablo 2. You made the best inventory I've ever seen, and then you make this. Which, not huge shame, just a little bit, because I really didn't like it. You're about to go to the toilet, but you heard me? Are you kidding me? Spiritual successor to Diablo, such a bad game. I didn't say it was spiritual successor in that it was good. It's spiritual successor in that when they decided not to continue Lord of Destruction or like any other expansions for Diablo 2, they went off and this is what a majority of them ended up making. But yes, it is a terrible game. I mean, I enjoyed it, but yeah, it's really janky. They needed more time. I mean, yeah, aren't we all thinking like if you make a great game, you get to make more great games, right? But Diablo 2 devs, Blizzard North got somewhat disbanded, and then this comes out. It's a little bit sad. I don't know. I really need to study. Why is Diablo 2's inventory so much more comfortable than like Hellgate London? Maybe it's because you also have things that take up so much space and there's so much emptiness in there. Diablo 2 feels like it takes up a lot. That book's probably the emptiest square you'll see. Book of Skill. Maybe it's a solid background. Maybe transparency is something they don't like. But then they get a cool texture to go over the whole background. And I think I like that. The idea that they're not drawing, the same cell over and over and over 40 times in a row. Okay, anyway. I should stop dwelling on this. Okay, so I think this might be easier than I want to give credit to. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Famous last words. Okay, yeah, sorry. Go to the toilet, zombie. I didn't mean to keep you, if you're still around. Okay, flip clockwise for now. You're already back? Perfect. Did you bring snacks? Not from the bathroom, but just like, in general. I should get my own snacks, but I'm too lazy. I put up a whole BRB screen that we should probably redo right after we finish this Tetris thing. You did. Nice. What are we eating? First things first, x equals y. Cool. First thing down. Now we just need a buffer, right? Excuse me. Okay, the new x. Okay, we just need to fill this stuff out using a buffer. I guess we have the buffer already. Parts at least? Gonna assemble a sandwich now? Sandwich. Because as you remember, without a kitchen, my toaster is now right beside you on your PC desk. That's great. As long as it's not the same one you use for melting solder on boards. Man, I love toaster ovens. How is the VR life treating you? Or are you pausing until your Wi-Fi upgrades? That's just extra spices. Please don't die. Please, please, please don't die. Do not eat or inhale solder. Oh, really funny? Bad? Wait, we do data new, I think. New. Going through the first shape and then we need the other. Or that. Maybe it's just that. No VR right now? Can't find the motivation to put the thing on your face? That's fair. Hopefully someday I'll have a beautiful mech game that you'll want to chill in. I wonder. I should figure out what the actual exit to my game is. I wonder if some of them will be fixed. It's like if you need to drink something, you either need pass through or to take the headset off. To eat something, you need to pass through or take the headset off. Dedicated people could set up a bathroom. I don't know. Okay, wait, hold on. Here's the idea. Here's the play, right? If I create a coaster or a mug holder in the game, and I allow you to place that to where your drink is in real life, right? Like maybe you grab your drink with the controller and then you put it in a place and you hold a trigger and then you move your drink over to where you're going to put it and the coaster moves with it, and then you always know in your mech where your drink is because the coaster will always be right under your drink. And then you never need to leave VR. Can I do the same thing with virtual food? I think I'm onto something. That's how they do it in flight sims with joysticks and other controls. Yeah, that makes sense. But important things like foods you never need to leave. In a true flight sim, you might have a stewardess come in and give you food right in your hands. That's cheating. Yeah, I have done. Do you remember? You might not. The Razor Hydra. Myself and a few friends were really big into the Razor Hydra. Give you food? That's what you would have said too. Yeah, and the Razor Hydra, you were always centered around the base station. So I had it so you would take the controls and you would like move the virtual base station to where it was supposed to be. And it's been forever. Forever. But yeah. I mean, wouldn't that be the perfect simulation? You had a robot to pretend to be, you could just like, well, this is going to be something for a YouTuber to make, but like something that could put their hand on your shoulder and then provide a tray at a specified location. It would like retract, same thing. Same thing. Stewardess. Plane assistant. Brilliant, I tell you. Yeah, so when we make the cockpit, everyone's gonna have to remind me to make a food. I can't make it a place though. I can't like clear a spot in the cockpit to put food down because it might not line up with your real life. So we'll need to have like a magic floating platform that can line up with a real life surface. Could be problematic if the cockpit is higher than your desk. You'll have to think about that one. Okay, so we have the piece. We can flip this clockwise. It won't flip the game object now. Environment. If I do a button for it, do the held one. Do we scroll? All right, spin around the forward by like 90. Degrees clockwise. I think it is. No, it might be counterclockwise. We'll do negative. See what happens. See how it yells at me. Okay, so pick up a piece. I'm scrolling. Input and output. Not working. And does not have an output. Is this a side project? I heard something about a robotic automatically adjusting food tray for the personal computing station. So we're talking about if you're in a cockpit and you want to eliminate any reason to have to leave VR. In a flight sim, in a perfect world, like someone would come and bring you food, right? Some stewardess or plane assistant or whatever. And to get that in a flight sim, you might need to build a robot to like do it, and then the food would hopefully line up. Yeah. Otherwise, I was thinking like I don't really have a drink cup, but like if you had a cup and you had like a coaster, like a virtual coaster, you could like line the two things up and then place your drink, and then you would always know in virtual reality where you could pick your drink up from. And you could do the same thing with like a sandwich or something, and therefore you like maybe never need to leave VR. If you're dedicated and you have like a bucket set up, like you don't even need to leave for the bathroom. Brilliant, right? But hey, Callus, how are you? I get no rotate. Why do I get no rotate? Hmm. Better location. Seems simple. Hold hand out and let the computer vision system aim the food delivery to your hand? Exactly. But it needs to do more. It needs to notify you that you're about to receive something, right? So it needs a virtual hand that will go on your shoulder, you know, as if someone is getting your attention, and then it needs to bring the food around. So that might need a virtual object to line it up. But yeah, maybe we go with the cheap caveman version of aligning real stuff with a virtual thing, like virtual plate, I guess. They can put food and drinks down on. Need to not leave the whole seat. Idiocracy the movie has solved this issue. I mean, they didn't have VR. I don't remember their solution though. Remember that electrolytes is what plants crave. Wait, what do I even look up? Like, don't remember. Oh, yeah, the toilet seat. That's brilliant. This is so good. Wait, so it has the speakers. Does it have food that refills too? I forget. But yeah, I mean, you need a command couch, and that could classify as a command couch. Did I do X instead of Y? Aha, that would explain it. Who uses X scrolling? Not sure about the food, but drinks come from a pipe. That's fair. I mean, if we could set up all of society with this, just so you can play my mech game forever, I guess. It's a little bit flattering. Thank you. I'm not going to stop you. Maybe you should change your entire life around it. Ha, there we go. That's a result. Flipping it. Oh, we're not I don't think redrawing actually matters though. Should be able to spin it. Spin it first so I can get some sort of satisfaction. Callus, what are you up to? What kind of amazing things are you arting today? Or is today a recharge day? Gotta respect the mental health of an artist. I'm feeling the itch to go back to cockpit design. Kind of want to see if it would work at all using some voxel sculpting, or if that's a horrible idea. Stay with that. Nothing yet today? Okay. A blank slate. Anything scheduled for today? Or is today just like chill? Yeah, okay. Flip, spin. And it still has a bug, and of course it's not working properly, but that's fine. Data range. So data new. I don't think this should look like. Feel really stupid. This is about to be really stupid. I hope whatever you do, you attack Blender with such ferocity. A good thing. Okay, I flip. We error out at the first one. 0, 1 becomes 1, 0. Just do this back. This one's I, this one's J. This one's I, this one's J. Make sense? Man, I gotta figure out a good way to do cockpit design. That's gonna let me flow. Because like box modeling's good if you know what you want to do, but I don't find it a great way, for me at least, experiment too much. Get locked into like I don't know. I don't know if it's decision paralysis, but just like lose inspiration from staring at a box that I'm sketching. Okay. A little weird, but it kind of worked. The first one didn't error, right? You made one design? I'm here for it. What's your design? Share it? No. I don't see anything. Okay. Rotate. Everything was fine. Everything is fine. Can you place anywhere? Oh. No, go back, go back. Where was that? Oh. Wait, what? Why does it take up like everything now? Wait, where do I even put you back? Get out of there. Come on, it's gonna be. Why aren't you anywhere? Oh, now I can't even pick that up. Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's in Discord somewhere. Is it in a Discord I have access to? That's the real question. I don't see anything. I'm sad. I'm gonna sit here and wait. Sit here and wait for my Discord to update me with beautiful new Cryogi artwork. And I should fix the chorus. 5:30. I've lost so much motivation. Right, because we got so much done. Why are you the only thing getting picked up now? Hello? Wait, this was working before. I have faith it can. It just, why do you work this way? I rotated at any point? Oh, whatever. It's just broken. GG. Great. Kind of a bummer. Swear you were working. Just where is this other stupid piece? And then that error means I can never pick anything ever again? My brain's fried. How do I have to... Is it really working before this? Okay, well, I hope whatever Discord you sent it to really enjoys your new artwork. I will just have to dream. Hello? Come on, really, where are you? You technically exist. And I can't even do that one anymore. What did I do? I ruined everything. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Where this worked. If I place things, they kind of work. Oh, what now? Why did you just break? I'm confused, tired, I'm hungry. I'm gonna keep poking, but expect very little from here on out. Try putting it down and then it's giving me an error. Not even getting. Why are you too big? That you place, but you also say that you shouldn't be placing. I feel really stupid. Like, why? Why wouldn't you work? The shape is the piece. Okay, so wait, why is it 6x now? It's 1x. How did I put something in to flip it and now it's just always absolutely feel insane? And programming great. Fighting yourself over logic. Okay, wait, was that the second one? Placed correctly. Oh, it's too big. Is it backward? Just to stop yelling at me. Maybe a small concession, but I would take it. Great way to end the day. Way too big. And then this also says placing, but it doesn't fit. I guess they're both the same bug technically. That says it's occupied. that. All right, hopefully that helps the fact that we think about one of them a little bit differently. Nope. We flip it, and that will solve all of our problems. Every one of them. Why not? Probably actually use the non-default. There. Okay, need this to be true. And then we do non-default here. Alright, does that one check? It's doing grid.shape. Gonna be a lot more, should be a lot more open. Again, actually look at the console. Okay, good. Two bad clicks. Yeah, okay, that looks better. They both place automatically. Can I pick them up? Where is it gonna come from? Somewhere? Oh, but now everything's -1. There's no safe spot. And then what's this deal? Going too fast is my biggest problem. Okay, auto placement might be weird though. Did say not placing item? Places it anyway. That's not great. Why does that take up everything? Every freaking spot. And then the other one's just gone. Is it just the auto placement? Not that I feel like there's a question for that. Just has to be. I guess these are happening because we're checking things. That makes sense. And up the long one from 0 should be the first one. Placing doesn't fit. Theory, if I'm like here, let me place the object. Do a sanity test. Starting with an ID. Okay, 0, 1, that's promising. Is that from the pickup? Maybe that's my fault. Try it again, we'll move over. Where? No, and then there's just nothing else. Anywhere. And I can't even pick that one up again. Why did you die? Wait, why is position grid always here? Okay. I don't understand. So we need a fake piece, like a 1x1 fake piece. We need this to function out a piece. Tired. Here, so if we don't have a held piece, we should still do this. Something ridiculously similar. Ah, so it does exist. Okay, a little bit weird, but at least that's a bug overcame. Hello? That's interesting. Let's pretend it's just one big. Where was that piece? Interesting. This is a little bit of a shift, but that kind of works. Functionality is more important. To me, anyway. I wonder if this should be like offset for the grid. Like we have this, but it's supposed to shift over by like half a grid. Dot X. See if that does anything to help our accuracy. I feel like the click spot's now just so tiny. It moves so much. Whoa. Busted. Okay, my next idea. This one's gonna be brilliant. Two. We make it a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. I wonder how much perspective shift is a problem. Okay, the next time, I think lining things up visually is our #1 goal. We have functionality. We have the data seeming to be pretty accurate now. Yeah. Maybe the biggest bane of my existence, aligning data with visuals. But we shall do it. It will be done. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe we exit early if our click is. Because it's driving me crazy. It's less than 0. Just turn. Get out of here. We don't care. Done. No more error messages about stupid things that shouldn't be anyway. This would be helpful to. Where did we click? What about why you? But where do you come from? Here. And we should have. Yeah, if it's less than that should be gone. Exit early. How are they becoming a negative number? y, and what do you have? These numbers, and these numbers are never freaking negative. We return before that if they are. What am I missing? Or, that's what I'm missing. Or, oh, it just shows how burnt out I am. Okay. Wrapping up soon. Soonish. Okay. Yeah, no negatives. Good. Cleaner. I don't know. There's still something off. I think things almost worked better when we were finding a position based off of a false cell that was kind of irrelevant. Man, why was that better? That should just be scuffed. Just across the board doesn't work. Those are the things that'll drive you insane. I'll figure it out tomorrow. It might be a perspective thing, which make a lot of sense. We could put some things wherever we're clicking, putting a little ball that'll erase itself after a time so we can kind of understand. Because yeah, the mouse is just not where the mouse is. That's a thing. I'd rather get it numerically if we can. But also, the cheap and easy way would be just to make a bunch of cells, and then you can click on the cells. And they would just do all the functionality of clicking on the grid and giving it a certain position. Anywho, alright, I'm going to wrap up today. Lots of progress, we're really getting there, just a little bit of alignment tomorrow. Let's look at the to-do list real quick. Rotating pieces, oh yeah, okay, that needs to be done for reasons. And maybe only kind of works. Highlighting might not be too bad. Okay. I think that's it. And draw the grid, and then all that's done. Such progress, wow. Anywho, we're gonna read Grimy Badger. I'm sure he's almost done. Probably gonna say that too. But thank you everyone for joining me. I hope to see you again tomorrow. I'll be here between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll keep working on the Tetris until we get it up to a certain spot, and then we'll switch over to cockpit art, I guess. Thank you everyone for joining me. Hope to see you again tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can check out the Discord, link in the description below. Find out when I go live, updates from stream, updates from our wonderful community. You'll see when Cryogi finally posts that wonderful one design that he posted somewhere in someone's Discord. Yeah, bye bye. Have a great day. See ya tomorrow.